With me is author and filmmaker Robert Emenegger, and former security manager and chief of requirements for the audio-visual program at Norton Air Force Base, Paul Shartle. Gentlemen, Mr. Emenegger, how did you get involved with UFOs?
Well, it was in 1973 when I was vice president at Gray Advertising, and I took time out and went to Norton Air Force Base to explore subjects for television specials related to the Defense Department. While discussing several of the subjects, UFOs came up, and Paul here told us about a film of a landing of alien crafts at HOLLOMAN Air Force Base about 3 years earlier.
What did you see, Mr. Shartle?
I saw footage of 3 disc-shaped crafts. One of the craft landed and 2 of them went away.
Why did it land?
It appeared to be in trouble because it oscillated all the way down to the ground. However, it did land on 3 pods. A sliding door opened, a ramp was extended, and out came 3 aliens.
What did they look like?
Well, they were human-sized. They had odd gray complexion and a pronounced nose. They wore tight-fitting jumpsuits, thin headdresses that appeared to be communication devices, and in their hands they held a translator, I was told. A HOLLOMAN base commander and other Air Force officers went out to meet them.
Now, you actually saw these aliens on the film?
Yes.
This film footage sounded very, very special, and we wanted to use it as the ending of our television special.
And did you? Was it in your special?
Well, although the Pentagon had been very, very cooperative all the way, at the last minute the film was confiscated and we lost the whole finale of our show. But what I saw and heard was enough to convince me that, you know, the phenomenon of UFOs is real, very real.
Mr. Shartle, what did your superior officers tell you?
I was told it was theatrical footage the Air Force has purchased to make a training film.
Well, that sounds plausible, doesn't it?
Well, if it were a theatrical film, why didn't I have a record of this? It was my job to keep accurate records of all audio-visual purchases.
Is there any other reason that you feel this was not a theatrical film?
Yes, it was too real. The people who were shooting that day were Air Force personnel. Lucky for us, the day they were shooting, they were doing an acceleration test.
Yeah, well, it's too bad we couldn't get that footage from the Air Force. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us.
Then they put the documentary out, and then I find out that there's 8 seconds of the HOLLOMAN Air Force Base film in the film. So Bob's my friend. I phone up Bob. There's 8 seconds of film in there. And he goes, well, yeah. And I said, you told me they pulled the film. You told me it was sent back to the Pentagon. And he said, well, it did. And he told me this whole story about the guy going across the country in his small Datsun, taking the film back to the Pentagon. I said, but there's 8 seconds of film in the documentary. And then he said the key words. He said, but it didn't show anything. And I said, oh no, he said, it's background. And I said, background? What do you mean it's background? And he said, it didn't show anything. And what it is you see the hills of HOLLOMAN, and you see this object, this brilliantly lit object at 6 o'clock in the morning coming over the hills, but it's in a distance. So you don't see it close up, and you don't see the alien when the alien gets out. That's the classified part. So they want you to know that HOLLOMAN happened, and they allowed them to use this, the 8 seconds of the film, but the rest of the film, the classified part, was pulled.
Like I said in my presser on Tuesday, I did get access to crash retrieval photos and everything, so I've seen the recovered vehicles and everything. So I would say that's probably the most stupendous thing, earth-shattering thing that, you know, changed my worldview when I got access to some of that years ago. And I do hope the administration, and I think they will, release that information in a further drop.
David, I gotta just jump in real quick there and give you a chance to talk about these crash site vehicles, because you got the hair on my wrist standing up. Just real quickly, I don't want to filibuster Joey here, but I'm very into this.
You got it.
Tell me about these crash sites that you've seen personally.
Yeah, a lot of them looked like what we saw. Some of the reporting dropped on Friday. There was a 1948 memo from the Chief of Naval Operations that discussed the flying disc pandemic that they were having, and they were enlisting help of the Air Force Intelligence Service. A lot of it was lenticular discs. Some was crescent moon shaped. I call it the flattened sunfish. There's a bunch of different morphologies that the U.S. government has recovered, from eggs to discs to you know, crescent moon, boomerang type vehicles, and I got a small smattering sample of that of ones that have you know, landed or crashed on the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the DOXX Report, seasoned senior citizen here, retired United States citizen, a MAGA member and proud of it, a recipient of Medicare payments, living and broadcasting from Central Florida. Frank, where are we?
Del Boca Vista.
Thank you, Frank. This is my personal YouTube channel. I only have one. I don't have two. I don't share my channel keys with anyone else, okay? This is it. This is all I have. I do have keys to another channel, which I upload video and thumbnails for this person. And once in a while, well, I hop on his StreamYard account, but I only have one StreamYard account, and I don't share it with anyone. This is also a vlog, a citizen journalism account, my generalized social online platform. In addition, I'm founder, CEO of the Central Florida Network, and want to be affiliated of the Villages News Network. Thank you for joining me. We have, we had 2 people watching. What do we got now? We still got the 2. Well, thank you. At least I got something. Beautiful day. I went to, of course, Wawa this morning for my coffee. Where's my coffee? I had a big lunch yesterday, early dinner, so I didn't. There it is. There's the Wawa. Come on, Wawa, where are you?
Wawa! Wawa!
So it was the heat index before the sun even got up was 80 degrees. And I was like, oh, God. But it's beautiful out there now. And I did see some golfers coming in. So, and you can, there's the red flag. I don't know if you can see it right in front of the big bush. I tried to get the flag from the inside, and I had to put the camera outside. The iPhone 16 Pro, we'll see how long it lasts. If it goes out, we'll have to come inside. 2 people. If you do want to join me, you're going to have to shoot me an email, because I'm not going to put the link in there. There's too many a-holes that try to bombard you or get you off your train of thought, so I'm not even going to put up with it. What is the email address? Well, good question. DOXXreport@outlook.com. Now this is a hangout. Now the HOLLOMAN Air Force Base, 1964 incident. I'll wait till 3 more people come over, but it's let's see, what do I have in the title? Central Valley Network, Central Florida Network, not Valley. I'll have to change that. I wonder if I can change it now. Oh, I guess, okay. See when you're in a hurry? The stream must be scheduled for the future and within 1 year. Please edit the start time. No, I'm not doing that. Not doing that. So I'll change it when I'm done. It should say, well, it says here Central Florida. What does it say online? I hope I didn't. No, the stream is still going. Hang on. I don't have a producer, as you can see. No, it's going to say Valley. I'll change it when I'm done. No big deal. The Villages, Florida, USA. We're doing a hangout today. Welcome. It's Sunday. Enjoy my coffee. What else do I got going on? Oh, God, I cleaned out the garage. I'm so glad I did that. It took me a while. But I would like to touch, there's a lot of people on YouTube, and they think they know what they're talking about. But the truth is, I have my own channel, and I have my own Playboard account. And the other person that I'm associated with, that I do graphics for and upload stuff, he has his own channel and his own StreamYard account. Regardless of what anybody tells you, they don't know what they're talking about. They're just fascinated with this other YouTuber. But, you know, trying to broaden the audience. I was going to do a survey. There was 3 guys sitting out having coffee, and I was going to ask them if they believe in aliens or you. And I thought, you know, I think the polls show that most people do, are really interested in it. Am I obsessed by it? No. God comes first. Thank you, Lord, for another day of living. This day and every day I will rejoice, be glad in it, and not overthink it. I think that's appropriate for Sunday. 3 people. So, I gotta show you my flowers out in the front door. These things. I tried loading them directly. I mean, it looks great in Google Photo and on my desktop, but I loaded up to StreamYard. It's all washed out. The color looks terrible. And then I put it up on Google Slides, same thing. So I put it through AI, and I said, you know, make adjustments, make this spec. You know, make the colors, adjust the colors so it looks good on StreamYard and YouTube. And this is what I got. And that's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. Aren't they beautiful? Now that area, especially in the morning, it'll light up, but it won't light up there. These have to be in the shade. What are they? What's their, let's see. New Guinea impedens. I mean, it's the darkest green, beautiful red. And then I asked the AI to remove the background. And that's exactly what they look like. And what I do is I give water from the top, from the bottom. So do I have to water it daily? Well, I keep my eye on it. And so it could probably go 2 days, but it would start to show. It has to keep the water. So I load from the bottom. And a day and a half, and I just make sure it's filled up. And you know what? I have lizards and geckos and anoles running around out there, snakes. So there's water for them if they want it. Beautiful shot. Hopefully we'll get some rain today. It didn't happen yesterday. It's terrible. It's green now, but it's not going to stay green with that. We got to get some rain. And for whatever reason, Del Boca Vista here, Central Florida, it either goes on top, north of us or south of us. Once in a while we get the hit, but it's been tough. And I think it is the rainy season because I'm seeing more dragonflies. So anyway, we'll talk about anything you want to. This is a hangout today. If I get enough people over here, I'll discuss the HOLLOMAN. This one has it all. The film, it has a landing, it has the aliens talking to officials, and I believe HOLLOMAN Air Force Base was the only base. Let me check on that. That had nuclear capability. It was an Air Force base. Let me double check that. Where you going, Lex? You going to Grok? No, I'm going to go to Chat GPT. Let's see. There we go. Let's see. HOLLOMAN Air Force Base. The only base to have a, nuclear wing at one time. I mean, I pay for it, I just will use it. I mean, it does great on the thumbnails. No, it was far away. Okay, well, let's see, we got, back in the day. For HOLLOMAN specifically, it hosted units who were involved with nuclear-capable aircraft during parts of the Cold War. For example, the 49th Fighter Bomber Wing and later the 49th Tactical Fighter Wing operated aircraft that could deliver nuclear weapons if required. However, HOLLOMAN was not unique in this regard. Dozens of tactical air bases and strategic air command bases had wings assigned nuclear deliveries during the Cold War. Let me change the question then. It won't let me change it. So I have to ask it again. In 1964, what was the status of the HOLLOMAN Air Force Base at the time? Question mark. At the time, was it the only base? Probably not. I'm thinking of another one. No. HOLLOMAN Air Force Base was not the only U.S. Air Force nuclear capability. 64, HOLLOMAN was home to the 479th Tactical Fighter Wing, which flew the McDonnell F-101 Voodoo. Interesting. Okay. Oh, we got a comment. Thank you. Not so easy company. Does God take kindly to the rainbow community? Goldberg. God loves all, but fear the Lord. Oh, what's the Lord? The law. It's none of my business. You know, if you answer the law. You know, if you want to get along with the law, then you adhere to the law, the Lord. But does God take God has no interest in keeping you, holding you back, or making sure you don't succeed. There's nothing. It's all good. If it's God involved, it's all good, whatever it is. And I feel bad. These people. It's like the latest craze now is the UFO craze. So all these people are just, they're all worked up in a tizzy. Like even that Fox news broadcast, the truth is out there. The ultimate truth is within you, God's presence. So, but they're running around, and I got to go to one of those conventions. I want to work the crowd. Because there I can ask directly, do you believe? Like I went to Wawa, and there's these three guys there, and I thought, you know what, I don't want to get labeled, so I'm just not going to say anything. But I want to go, what have you views? Is this a real phenomenon in your mind? I'll start off with the UFOs, which you're all into, and the aliens. And then I'll just say, do you have any spiritual practices of any kind? Do you attend church regularly? It doesn't even have to be religion, but do you have any? Just see, I'll bet 95% of them don't. It's kind of like the Star Wars group or the Trekkies. I don't think they're science, with a scientism, I think. Who you got there? Not so easy company. I hope you're not real easy company, because if you are, I got to get rid of you. Don't want you around me. What is your denomination? Child of God. Independent. I'm an independent. I worship the God of my understanding and of my research. Religion is organized thought. So you're asking me which organization of organized thought I belong to? The answer is none. Now, will I read up in the Bible? Yeah. Or if truth is wherever you find it, it stands alone. No denomination. Ex-Mormon, if you will. Okay, if you want to tag me with something, you can tag me as ex-Mormon. I can show you a picture of my ex-Mormon days. There I am, Brother DOXX, Brother Brigham DOXX, back in Utah, and I was thrown out. Come on, that's funny. Gotta have the coffee. Had a couple cookies. It is so hot. 82. Humidity must be high, though, I'll bet. I got a tank top on. This is just will be comfortable. In fact, I'm going to go set the thermostat to 78 instead of 79. Hang on. So, what do you think God would be more pleased with? Well, if you had a conversation with God. Oh, I belong to the Mormons. I belong to the Catholic. I'm a Protestant. I'm Jewish. Or, I've done some research, and this is what I'm worshiping the God of my understanding, which is the God of all. I do my own homework. Yeah, the colors are popping. I showed you my front door. Isn't that beautiful? That's exactly what they look like. New Guinea impedance. And I'll even crack the door open just to look at them. They're so beautiful. Now, why do I see beauty? And others don't. People will wake up in the morning and it's a bad day and it's another day of hell. And other people wake up and it's like, thank you. Thank I'm alive. Because I found the beauty within me. I found God. Love. Love is yours. It's not outside of you. All right, but we don't have to talk about this. We can talk about other things. I'd like to broaden the audience, but most of the audience comes from the global watch community. So, anything you want to talk about. You can't believe everything you hear in the watch community, though. That's for sure.
I sold my watches and almost turned that into $1 million in about 3 months. So.
What?
I sold my watches and almost turned that into $1 million in about 3 months. So.
Oh, you better pay IRS if you did that. I'm only going to talk about something you bring up. I don't want to, I could talk about the Holloman Air Force Base. I did do some prep on that, and I already showed you the clips. Now, everybody's heard of Roswell, but Holloman, Holloman Air Force Base, had a UFO alien incident. And the base is near Alamogordo, New Mexico. It's described as a secret military filmed encounter in which a disc-shaped craft landed at the base, and non-human intelligence, in other words, non-human beings, emerged. Here's the claim. The story goes like this. Sometime in the 60s or early 70s, I think it's 1964, one or more, I think there was 3, UFOs allegedly approached Holloman Air Force Base. One craft landed on or near the runway. Now, when they're not under full power, they're a little unstable, okay? However, the propulsion system, so they kind of flutter down. That's what we know today. One craft supposedly landed on or near the runway. Military personnel allegedly filmed the event as small humanoid. Well, the one guy said they're tall as humans, average height. Came out of the craft and interacted with U.S. personnel. 1964. There is some confusion on the date, of course, because it's top secret. Oh, I did play the clip of Robert Emenegger. Emenegger. Is it Emenegger? A filmmaker and author connected with the 1974 documentary UFOs, Past, Present, and Future. That film was later re-released as UFOs. It has begun. I'm going to have to watch that. Probably get it on YouTube. Let's see. The producer, Alan Sandler, and Emenegger were allegedly approached by people connected to the U.S. government or military, encouraged to make a UFO documentary using official government, NASA, or Defense Department material. The strongest claim is that they were promised actual footage of a UFO landing at HOLLOMAN Air Force Base. But that footage was withdrawn before the film. Okay. Allegedly, descriptions of the missing footage, a disc or oval-shaped craft landing at HOLLOMAN Air Force Base, Air Force personnel watching from a distance, a ramp or doorway opening on the craft, small humanoid beings emerging, a meeting or interaction with military officials. And then they go into the blah, blah, blah. Of course, the government's going to deny it. I think, now this is the one, Roswell has too much technology associated with it because there was a debris field. So, and I think they're still trying to reverse engineer a lot of that stuff, but they can't. They don't have the material science in order to replicate some of the material, which probably is essential for some of the flight propulsion system, I think, from what I've been reading. But the HOLLOMAN base, that's just as good. In fact, I'd rather see this one. I mean, you get to see him on film, the extraterrestrials, the non-human intelligence. You get to see the craft. And I think that'll probably be towards the end. I'm hoping, because this is, the smoking gun. They didn't have CGI back in 1964. It was a color film. I don't know if it's black and white or color film. See, they had the film crew out. They had the air base, the military film crew, because they were doing an aviation filming. And then this thing showed up. No comments. HOLLOMAN is believed, okay, let's see, bottom line. Well, let me show you that clip again. Let's go with the clip one more time.
With me is author and filmmaker Robert Emenegger and former security manager and chief of requirements for the audio-visual program at Norton Air Force Base, Paul Shartle. Gentlemen, Mr. Emenegger, how did you get involved with UFOs?
Well, it was in 1973 when I was vice president at Gray Advertising, and I took time out and went to Norton Air Force Base to explore subjects for television specials related to the Defense Department. While discussing several of the subjects, UFOs came up, and Paul here told us about a film of a landing of alien crafts at HOLLOMAN Air Force Base about 3 years earlier.
What did you see, Mr. Shartle?
I saw footage of 3 disc-shaped crafts. One of the craft landed and 2 of them went away.
Why did it land?
It appeared to be in trouble because it oscillated all the way down to the ground. However, it did land on 3 pods. A sliding door opened, a ramp was extended, and out came 3 aliens.
What did they look like?
Well, they were human-sized. They had odd gray complexion and a pronounced nose. They wore tight-fitting jumpsuits, thin headdresses that appeared to be communication devices, and in their hands they held a translator, I was told. A HOLLOMAN base commander and other Air Force officers went out to meet them.
Now, you actually saw these aliens on the film?
Yes.
This film footage sounded very, very special, and we wanted to use it as the ending of our television special.
And did you? Was it in your special?
Well, although the Pentagon had been very, very cooperative all the way, at the last minute the film was confiscated and we lost the whole finale of our show. But what I saw and heard was enough to convince me that, the phenomenon of UFOs is real, very real.
Mr. Shartle, what did your superior officers tell you?
I was told it was theatrical footage the Air Force has purchased to make a training film.
Well, that sounds plausible, doesn't it?
Well, if it were a theatrical film, why didn't I have a record of this? It was my job to keep accurate records of all audio-visual purchases.
Is there any other reason that you feel this was not a theatrical film?
Yes, it was too real. The people who were shooting that day were Air Force personnel. Lucky for us, the day they were shooting, they were doing an acceleration test.
Yeah, well, It's too bad we couldn't get that footage from the Air Force. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us.
Then they put the documentary out, and then I find out that there's 8 seconds of the Holloman Air Force Base film in the film. So Bob's my friend. I phone up Bob. There's 8 seconds of film in there. And he goes, well, yeah. And I said, you told me to pull the film. You told me it was sent back to the Pentagon. And he said, well, it did. And he told me this whole story about the guy going across the country in his small Datsun, taking the film back to the Pentagon. I said, but there's 8 seconds of film in the documentary. And then he said the key words. He said, but it didn't show anything. And I said, oh, no, he said, it's background. And I said, background? What do you mean it's background? And he said, it didn't show anything. And what it is you see the hills of HOLLOMAN, and you see this object, this brilliantly lit object at 6 o'clock in the morning coming over the hills, but it's in a distance. So you don't see it close up, and you don't see the alien when the alien gets out. That's the classified part. So they want you to know that HOLLOMAN happened, and they allowed them to use the 8 seconds of the film, but the rest of the film, the classified part, was pulled.
Like I said in my presser on Tuesday, I did get access to crash retrieval photos and everything, so I've seen the recovered vehicles and everything. So I would say that's probably the most stupendous thing, earth-shattering thing that changed my worldview when I got access to some of that years ago. And I do hope the administration, and I think they will, release that information in a further drop.
David, I gotta just jump in real quick there and give you a chance to talk about these crash site vehicles, because you got the hair on my wrist standing up. Just real quickly, I don't want to filibuster Joey here, but I'm very into this.
You got it.
Tell me about these crash sites that you've seen personally.
Yeah, a lot of them looked like what we saw. Some of the reporting dropped on Friday. There was a 1948 memo from the Chief of Naval Operations that discussed the flying disc pandemic that they were having, and they were enlisting help of the Air Force Intelligence Service. A lot of it was lenticular discs. Some was crescent moon shaped. I call it the flattened sunfish. There's a bunch of different morphologies that the U.S. government has recovered, from eggs to discs to crescent moon, boomerang type vehicles, and I got a small smattering sample of that of ones that have landed or crashed on the surface of the Earth.
No, what a great time to be alive. A baby boomer, 1954. I didn't have to grow up with Facebook or Instagram or all these tablets and iPhones. That came much later in life. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I didn't have it when I was younger. Went to work. And there's a lot of movies I haven't seen because I was working and, or going to school. When you get older or you're young, you got time now I got time to watch stuff. But to have, get an iMac and be online and now they're coming clean with releasing this stuff, I think it's great. It's going to be upsetting to a degree. I mean, we'll see. But I tried to say on the last live stream that you could have all of these things operating. The demonic, there is such a thing as evil, okay? And how that operates. I don't believe in the devil, but then angels, or who knows, but it doesn't mean they're UFOs, and then there's UFOs, and then there's aliens, and there's supposedly 4 different types of aliens. Okay, part of creation. 0, all right, well, let's just listen to the music then. Well, Pasta, I do too. I'm not into the aliens. I'm following it. It's a phenomenon. I do believe there's a spiritual realm. Yes, there is good and there is evil. Stay away from the occult. But it doesn't mean there can't be all of them. That's limiting. Well, okay, there's Earth and then there's a spiritual being. I think there's interdimensional, there's alien civilizations, there's UFOs, and there's the spiritual. And they can get kind of confused, but it can all be separated out. They could all individually exist, right? That's my thinking. Not that it's impossible, but not buying the biologics the most. The biologics, allegedly, this is from Roswell, or they learned at some point, it's like the early space days for America and Russia. America put up a chimpanzee, wasn't it? And then Russia put up a dog. The biologics, or the civilization is so advanced, they produce their own biologics to I guess telepathically be the avionics of the craft. They didn't build them, but that's, I mean, we had slaves here at one time, but we didn't, at some point we make biologics. Forget the robots. We'll make, a program. Now, do they have a soul or any of that? That's out of my, I'm not concerned about that. Well, the orbs are part of it. Those are part of the aliens stuff going on. They have the craft, and then they have these things popping out of them. Now, could that be spiritual? I think spiritual would be different. And demon, that would be different. They could all be different and exist simultaneously. They could still be there, right? I mean, look at life on the planet here. We have life in the ocean, we have it in the air, we have it on the land, but it's still life. It's still DNA, ribonucleic acid based. I don't know what the aliens are. Yes, there's something going on out there like the orbs and things. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, what a great time to be alive. I'm hoping I'm around when they finally, reveal it, but I already know. If anybody has done their homework in this, you already know there's a phenomenon there. To the degree at which, is unknown, or where they're coming from, I don't think they even know. Maybe that's the reason the Holloman Air Force Base thing is so important, because they had a discussion with one of the aliens. I mean, wouldn't that be the first question? Where are you guys from? You're just passing through, but where are you from? No, Pasta doesn't believe that. He said, whatever it is, it's here on Earth, on this Earth. Well, it's here, it's visiting. Or, how do they do their technology? These craft have to be assembled somehow. So I don't know. And there's a couple audio pieces on this latest drop on the war.gov. And they had some unusual thing on the moon surface. And the guy actually said, well, maybe it's alien base or something. And nobody laughed. And then they discussed the flash of light that Apollo 16 saw, which they have no explanation for. They were being watched. They've been here a long time. I think that's true. Some kind of realm, what it is, I do not know. Again, you could have a whole plethora of alien civilizations that are more advanced. And I think that's a separate thing. And the alien UAPs and whatever they use to drive, to the avionics with the biologics. And then you can have a spiritual realm, which is totally separate. You could have interdimensional travel, which is totally separate. That's from other galaxies. You could have a multiverse. You could have other universes, probably right on top of us. We don't know. I mean, is there any limit to God's creation? No, there can't be. Infinite intelligence, infinite creation. Oh, we got a new one. Palunka, hello, Docs. Hey. Well, I'm not sure of anything, but I'm following it. I mean, they got the crash debris, and again, the Holloman Air Base thing is really important because we got to talk to one of them. I think that's fantastic. But back on Earth, I completely organized my garage last week, looking great, gathered up stuff to donate. And then my cleaning lady's interested in some stuff. And I'm just going to, and I told her, I sent her a picture of this stuff. And I said, listen, it's all or nothing. Take it all or nothing. And I was going to do a 3x5 tornado shelter above ground. But that's not going to help sell the house. So just going to have trust in God, and I'll have to get in the laundry room, get on the floor. Who knows? But a Category 5 a Category 5 tornado has never hit Florida. They did have a Category 4 go through, in fact, very close to this area. In fact, it was Lady Lake. It was the Wawa where I go. That's in Lady Lake. So it got close, but that was years ago. Well, they seem to be interested in our bases. There seems to be a nuclear connection as well. I'm glad I don't have to make decisions. Okay, good. We can change topics because people do not want to discuss aliens. There's a whole grassroots. The cottage industry of people making money now online, and they're into it and following it. It's a religion, okay? It's organized, and I don't treat it as such. I'm interested, but let's see, Polanco. I've been watching the Watcher. AC3 seems to be revitalized the last 2 or 3. Yeah, you know why? Because Tanzil is back, and Tanzil is telling him what to do, and he's telling him red meat. You want money? You got to go with red meat. And so Tanzil is back as the DOXX Report, or a knockoff of the DOXX Report. And I didn't think Morty's thing is a big story. If he's demonetized, he's just laying low. I don't know if he's even going to talk about it or even come back. But he's done this before. He drops off for a while. Now, hurricane is different. Florida will get nailed with a hurricane, but no tornado. And you get tornado watches, but they had it was called the Storm of Tornadoes, and it was they've only had one. Well, there's debate. They've had 2 Cat 4s, but one turned really into a Cat 3. But it did kill like 11 people, the Cat 4, and did tremendous damage and injured 3,000 people. But for me to put in can you imagine trying to sell a house? You find 2 homes, and one's got but most people use the garage for storage of everything they have, a bunch of shit and cars. And they see this 3x5 steel container that's locked, that's bolted down to the garage, the garage. I think they'd probably take the other house that didn't have it. So, and am I really going to get any use of it? I thought I was going to use it for a gun safe too, and ammunition, but the humidity, the high humidity and the heat, that's bad. You get moisture on the stuff. So I can't really even use it for that. So the next thing I'm going to do is organize my firearms, because now I got some containers that are open. I can store them inside them. And I got to get my, because right now the firearms are like hiding in plain sight, so I want to get them packed up. And then I'll just have one out that I'm going to go shoot with. And I am going to get back to the range because it's so hot now. It's actually cold at the shooting range, and I want to get. And now I've got my cataract removed, so I should be able to shoot a lot better. In fact, let's go see if old Archie made any money, shall we? Pasta. We are surrounded by the Appalachian Mountains for the most part. It protects us in the Northeast. I got this little golf hill. You can't see it from this shot off to the right. And the guy across the street, who used to be in avionics associated with it, he wasn't a pilot, but he knows his stuff. He said just up above it, it was like 80-mile-an-hour winds. And he had a fascia, he's across the street, took off of his roof. And then my neighbor The military guy had shingles, taken off. But I didn't get hit at all. Nothing. All right, let's go check the playboard. Now that Tanzil is back. So he'll be donating. But I'm sure Tanzil said you got to go with the red meat. And so he was all hopped up going after Bateman. And he's still down. Here, I'll give it to you. It's easier for me to do the graphics. As long as it's easy for me. And let's see, what did he make for the month? Write that down. I got a bill from my home insurance. I'm just going to pay it. They added on to it. They gave me a bill for $216.70. I'm just going to pay it. Let's see. So basically, it's costing me the same. It's better. I went with, what's the company? Hold on. What was my insurance company before I left? Insurance, I had to make a separate insurance file, nationwide, which is around $1,600. Now I'm with Edison, which is $1,600. And they give you a website to go pay for it with your credit card. I don't want to be doing that. So I went to the bank, and I put in their name, and they already got them listed there, and I can just send the money electronically. So that's always my first choice. All right, there's his AC3. Let's make it viewable. Adjust size. Okay, there we go. Mega value customer. Okay, I'll give you credit for that. Do area restaurants feature barbecued iguana? That would be, there's no iguana in Central Florida. It's too cold. I wouldn't think so. You never know. I mean, tourists will eat alligator. I mean, that's a good idea for somebody. Let's see, let's load it up. Not there. Yeah, let's do that. The Beast of Brisbane, cult leader. And let's get his gross here. Hey, Timmy's having a good time, isn't he? Just flying around. Leaves the wife at home, flies off to Venice so he can go see his idol, Oisin O'Malley. AC3, NPD, 30-day. He's not doing very well. Here he is, the Beast of Brisbane, cult leader down in Brisbane. Today's the 14th, so the last 7 days. Well, let's start over here. Today's revenue, he made $38 this morning. It was a crummy morning. If it goes right into members only, it's a bad day. It's a bad morning. And he does an hour, boom, into the members only. It looks like they're all doing members only now. Yesterday revenue, which would have been Saturday night, 176. Last 7 days, 905. Look at his total up there. Since StreamYard's been keeping records, $682,164. And this is all gross. And the 30-day AC3 NPD, 30-day, $2,593. That now Tanzil, keep an eye on that number because he's back. So we'll see. We'll see if he can pull it off. I don't think he can. I think people have just lost interest in the guy. He's had a good run. You know, nothing goes on. Nothing lasts forever. Well, only one thing. Mac Lobster. Imagine going to Europe, Lex. I've been to Europe. I've been to Scandinavia. I've been to Russia. I've been to Africa. I don't really have the travel bug. Imagine the crowds. I mean, look at, I'm in paradise here. Quiet, rural, green. I love it here. I was a Greyhound bus driver in the western United States, got as far east as Chicago. But I drove down to Texas. I worked out of Denver, North Dakota, Montana, Nevada, of course, Utah. And earlier in my life, I was a Peace Corps volunteer, and I went to Africa. The summer, I went up to Finland, I went to Russia, and I went through Denmark, and I actually went to London, through London to get there. There's just so many people. And I travel, I'm not a big guy. Imagine going on a cruise. I'm not a cruise guy. Now, if you want to do it, great. If you think you've got to do it, fine. I don't think I have to do it. I'd rather be here, America, where everybody wants to come. Four people. Well, I got to heat up my coffee. Life is what you make it. I never thought I'd be in Florida, but it's a blessing. Who would trade the rich culture of Central Florida for anything else? Not I. We're all different. I mean, I asked Siri to open my YouTube music app after I hooked up my phone. And I got it charging because I got a short little cable, but I got to talk to the Toyota dealership. 2025 GR Corolla, Toyota Corolla. Oh, it was great. I think I'll just start listening to the music in there now. Beautiful. Imagine EDMM on the golf course, Florida, Sunshine State, 4 days a week workout. I got the money, buy anything I want, but to accumulate stuff is really not happiness. True peace, true joy, true love is within you. It's not materialism. Thank you. I know some people get the travel bug, like, I got to see it all before I don't think that at all. I've seen enough. Some stuff you don't want to see. Beautiful state. Thank you. Till the sun keeps coming down. I'll show you my planters there, pasta. You got to check this out. These are really pretty. I'll show you the front door. The front door, and that's the color. I mean, they actually look like that. Dark green foliage and just like lipstick red flowers. I can never think of the name of that. New Guinea impedens. And I told ChatGPT to remove the background, and that's exactly what they look like. Just beautiful. I got to water those every day and a half. To travel, to go to a busy airport and cramped there, and I just don't want to. It doesn't interest me, and along with all the other tourists, or you get ill. I don't want to travel. I like my own bed. I just want to feel good. How did you end up covering the watch community with your anti-materialist views? Well, I have watches, and when I would do research on it, but I also found out what narcissistic personality disorder is, how it presents itself. And when I went back to watching Archie's show, I go, that's it. That explains everything. Grandiose. Comes in two flavors, grandiose and vulnerable, but he's grandiose. And so I came on, trying to alert people, and all I got is they went after me. They didn't want to hear it. So I mostly through him, but I do research. I do have some watches, G-Shocks, and I figure, well, I should get a Rolex if you're into watches, but then mechanical stuff, I'm just done. So done with mechanical watches. It's jewelry. It's about affluence and prestige, or and if you got to buy you got to wear a Rolex to feel good about yourself, or do you think that makes any difference in your life? If you were to meet Mike the Snake or Archie and they got a Rolex, does that really change your opinion of them? Of course not. Here he is, the producer of the Archie show. They look healthy. Yeah, I have to water them every day, the ones on the front. And I'm adding more water to these things because it's a hot box in that bird cage. Not a tea drinker. Tanzil Hurricane, the executive producer of the Archie Luxury Stream, he is back in the saddle. And you can follow him on the Horology Dungeon. Just look for the DOXX Report. Good morning, Lex. We know you have an affinity for coffee. Yeah, I have a relationship with coffee. That I admit. I have my coffee daily. Do you like to drink tea at all? No. Maybe sweet tea or ice cream? No. You live in the South? No, but I wasn't born down here. They like to put pickle in a lot of things, too. They have like potato dip, their chip dip, with pickle in it, and sandwiches, they'll put a pickle in. I love Cuban sandwiches. There's like a pickle in those with like 3 different kinds of meat. And I'm kind of over the cobbler. Unless I see it, in order so I don't gain weight, I like to have things on sale before I buy it. That keeps me from over-purchasing. forget the pale moonlight. Never, ever dance with a narcissist because it's nobody's home. They're not there. They're not there. They're not available to you at all. It has nothing to do with friendship. It has nothing to do with interest in you. It has narcissistic supply. But to do with what you want to dance with is life. Dance with life. Get out there. You know, I could have stayed a bus driver. Oh, boo-hoo, me, and stay at the boarding house. But I was ambitious. I wanted to succeed by my definition. Which I always thought was getting a good job. And then when I got a good job, I wasn't happy. Then I got into therapy. And towards the end of it, he basically said, well, you got to find God. And I go, oh, shit, I got to go back to Mormonism? No, two different things. The religion you belong to is not God. Okay, it's organized thought regarding God. Mac Lobster, T is for frivolous troll ops. Well, I did call Timmy a frivolous person. I mean, he's got him, he's laughing at everything. And I did watch part of it with him and, forgive me, his name is, I don't want to call him Brenny, but it's Brendan, don't help me, wait a second. Boswell, 1 S, 2 L's. And he was just smiling. He was grinning. He didn't give a shit about. I'm surprised. Timmy's after his audience. He's after what's in it for him. And Timmy really believes in loyalty, but you have to be loyal to him. So now he's going to go over and see his master, his, what do they call that? Guru, Oisin O'Malley. You got to be single to be Oisin O'Malley, Timmy. Let's see, do I have a clip? Come on, Timmy and Brendan.
I'm not taking Oisin's side. I'm not taking Chris's side.
Why
I'm
would you
the
not take
arbiter.
Oisin's side when he's completely in the right? Come on, Timmy. Are you a sycophant?
I don't know what that means.
That means you flatter for gain. Are you a freeloader, Timmy?
Is that a legitimate question?
Yeah, are you a freeloader? Are you a moocher? Are you just mooching off people? I think you have a serious problem. I think you're fateless.
Okay, well, I don't care what you think.
Do you know what fateless means?
I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah.
I couldn't care less.
You betray trust, promises, and vows.
What's your definition of loyalty?
You really want to know the definition of loyalty?
No, your definition of loyalty.
You should go down with the ship. Don't you think that's treacherous behavior?
I just ate that up. I thought that was so good. I had a new respect for Brendan. And trust and loyalty and vows, no, he would laugh at that. Or integrity or honor. This is Timmy. He said it himself. Quote, there is no reason for anything, unquote. He believes that. So it's just what's in it for him. And he's a trust-funded, Timmy Tin Cup panhandling trust-funded Marxist airport lounge scrounger. That's who he is. I'm so glad I got the door instead of a trust, because that would really mess you up. If you had access to money, like $10,000 a month, well, I go to, I could never earn that in Utah. Why go to all that schooling? Just have the money. Be great. Well, it would destroy you, though, really. Hardly. Muck Lobsters, you found God in Archie. That's a heartwarming tale. No, didn't find God in Archie. I found God in the last place I would ever look, within myself. God is there. Quiet, patiently, always there. I was never alone. And I know you have no idea what I'm talking about, but it's, and you can read any religious text you want. If you dig deep enough, there it is. It's in the Bhagavad Gita, it's in the Bible. I don't think the Buddha ever talked about that. He said he was awake. Awake to what? But he wouldn't come out because God. Well, the rabbi of the New Testament, God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. So a spirit does not exist. So God in its ultimate base form is unmanifested. Everything around you, what I'm thinking, is in the consciousness of God, and it gives it manifestation. But it's a beautiful thing. And then I got this new channel I've subscribed to. Now, this woman, I don't believe everything she says. I mean, I believe her stories, but her interpretations, I kind of not on board with. Let's go to my channel here. Where's my channel? View your channel. Okay, and channels of interest. Here we go. It's called Dr. Andrea O'Connor. 128,000 subscribers. She was a nurse, then got a medical degree, and worked in a hospice. And you should hear some of the stuff when people are near death. They see things and they talk to their family. It's amazing to see some of it. So if you want to go to my channel and go to my homepage, my YouTube homepage, you have to click. You won't see all of them unless you click on channels of interest. You have to actually click on it because it'll only show, and then it'll show them all. And then another one here is Nurse Jen, healthcare. She's a kick about when you're aging, what should be really important to you. But check it out. I mean, I think it's pretty good. 6 people. So topic of your choice. I gotta see if the bum bum bum. Yeah, I went over to the diner. He thinks he's gonna get money out of Curly. No way, ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Why do you think you're alone and find a piece of enlightenment? Why do you think you are alone? Well, they would talk about it. Well, let me come back to that. I want to see what the basis of your question is really. Gampers, I like Gampers. He's polite and he asks, I haven't read it yet, but he's polite and he asks the tough questions. Oh, did they make it? They didn't sweep them, did they? Wow, who would have guessed? Gampers, good morning from the home of the world champion New York Knicks. You got to be kidding me. I got to look that up. New York Knicks win first NBA championship since 1973. And I remember watching Walt Frazier and Earl the Pearl and wow. Did they sweep them? They win game 5. Okay, so what is it? 4-1. Wow. And the West was supposed to blow them out. Any team in the West was supposed to blow them out. Knicks celebration, school bus set on fire, multiple people arrested. There you go. Mayhem, Mars euphoria as New York City celebrates. Yeah, broken windows. Well, congratulations to the New York Knicks. Wow. Why do you think you're alone? I don't think I'm alone. I mean, when you meet people and they light up, you can see it. And there's one woman that I met here. She's married, and I could talk to her about some stuff, and you can tell. You can tell. Well, people go around, and the watches is the center of the world. I don't think I'm alone at all. Let's finish this. Why do you think you are alone and find a piece of it? No, you don't find a piece of it. You don't find a piece of God. You find the whole enchilada. It's all there. You can't. There's no such thing as a piece of enlightenment or a piece of God. Is that what narcissism is? No, I've been through this. There's narcissism. They create a false self. And there's two flavors, though. There's grandiose and there's vulnerable. And he sees himself as only he sees himself. Others don't see him that way. You know, he's got the false self, Archie Luxury III. You know, man of accomplishment, briefcases and wristwatches, and really he hasn't earned anything. But doesn't mean, I'm not asking you to hate the guy, but just understand what you're dealing with. And if you read up on it, it'll tell you all about Archie, everything you want to know. And that's not enlightenment, please. Oh, God. No, that's not possible. Gamper's DOXX, you must mediate the wager dispute. What was the bet on? I don't remember the bet. I don't know if between Curly and Morty, Crappy, do you have the clips of what? Of the bet? No, I don't have anything. I've gone non-contact with Morty. And Curly, I don't want anything to do with. But if Morty thinks he's going to get money out of Curly, it's not going to happen. Now Morty has some, he borrowed money from a woman. I mean, I heard him talk about that. And he's got some credit card debt, but don't know. Oh, you're arrogant. Well, I'm not better than anyone. I'm just as good as anyone. I'm confident, not arrogant. Arrogance would think I'm better than anyone. But there are different levels of understanding. When you reach it, you'll know it. And you'll have experiences with it. It's not arrogance. But I'm looking at Archie. He never talks about it. But you'll have spiritual experiences. You'll see things. You'll hear things. You'll have knowledge. So I'm not one of the faithful. I know. So like when I'm being wheeled into the operating room, left inguinal hernia, repair with mesh, I knew I wasn't alone. It wasn't a faith. I don't ask God for anything. I do affirmation prayers. Now that's not arrogance. I'm just confident. But you don't want to like me, Mac Lobster? Go ahead. Mookie, there's no such thing as a piece. I'll give you credit for that. There's no such thing as a piece of an enchilada. That phrase comes from Nixon during the primary. What we call the super states, that's the whole enchilada. No, you can't have a piece of God, and you cannot grow spiritually. You already are. You just have to discover it. All you can do is discover things, because they're already there. They all know. God is the source and object of all knowledge. It's already out there, like the microwave. The principle for the microwave existed before the microwave was discovered. So you can't discover anything. You can only discover, let's say, penicillin. Penicillin already existed. It already had the ability to combat bacteria, and then it's discovered. All of it. All you can do is discover, and that includes yourself. Well, I don't look at I don't view the culture. I don't really care what's on television or what's on or the women talk shows and everything else. It's become more popular now, and I think they really don't understand it. Docs, do you find it strange that the obsession with narcissism coincides directly with the Me Too movement to where they've been women? I don't think so. I never knew it. I thought narcissism was you had to be an athlete or a beautiful actress or a handsome actor, and you're in love with yourself. But it's not them. They're loving with their image. You can be in a wheelchair like that. If you ever watch Howard Stern, like Eric the Midget, I think he was a narcissist. But he's deformed in a wheelchair. But that's not the image he has of himself. The image is something that only he sees. I'll have to look it up. Maclops. I've met Louise Hay. Well, good for you. Let's look her up. Let's go to ChatGPT. What's her name? Louise Hay. Who was or is Louise Hay? Question mark. Passed away in 2017. Was an American self-help author, motivational speaker, and founder of Hay House. Got a catch to it, Hay House. She became widely known for promoting the idea that thoughts, beliefs, and affirmations can influence a person's health, relationships, and life. Absolutely. Her most famous book is You Can Heal Your Life. Well, how do I put this? It's not you personally. It's the subconscious. It's something greater than you that's within yourself that gets it done, which has sold millions of copies worldwide and been translated into many languages. Some of her core teachings include positive affirmations to change self-perception. Okay, you can do this, or Norman Vincent Peale, positive thinking, right, but it's thinking. See, and now you can have a bad day and the thinking goes out of the window. But if you know who and what you truly are and your connection to God, that's a totally different level. Examining emotional patterns and limited beliefs, practicing self-love and self-acceptance. Okay. One of the well-known affirmations, I approve of myself. But see, I know who I am. But if God loves me, God approves of me, God wants the best for me, that's a whole different level than me, little old me, approving of myself. But words are very important, yes. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. You wake up every morning saying you're no good, guess what? You're no good. I haven't read her stuff, though. Boy, if he did, he's hiding it really well. Really, I'm not even sure. He's got so much on his plate. He's coming up with a speech, though. His daughter-in-law said he's working on a speech. So I think Marco Rubio, has been briefed on everything. Secretary of State. And I think Trump's saving, and plus Trump's own ego. I mean, he's going to be the president too. He opened up the files, so he's not going to let somebody else deliver the speech. He's going to he's going to be known for it. It'll be like my fellow citizens, I have an announcement to make. Yes, the phenomenon is real, or whatever. They're going to show, hopefully, Roswell, I don't think they're going to show. The Holloman Air Force Base one would be just show the film. But you got to set it up. But they're doing it the right way, easy as you go, releasing, slow release, every other, I don't know how many weeks this is going to go on. I don't know. With the Nordics, it's actually the Greys in 1964. I don't know. Mookie, was Nixon spiritually centered? I don't think so. Oh, he started up with the N-word, Gampers. He started up with the N-word. The Nixon word? McLobster, what are you talking about? I don't know. I didn't know anything about narcissism back then. When I was working, I would listen to Howard Stern. When it was on the radio in Las Vegas, coming in, DOXX is high pitch. I haven't seen him. I don't follow him at all. Boy, Howard's really changed, hasn't he? I don't follow it. Once in a while, I'll see an interview online, and then I have no idea. Espresso Racer Lex, why are liberals hateful, bitterly jealous, pocket-watching haters? Elon Musk builds up great companies, and that's true wealth creation. Amassing vast wealth and making others rich too, and providing jobs and everything else, and it's a private sector. It creates wealth, and then those people pay taxes. And it makes them seethe. I think there's something in common with the UK left, the Labour Party, and the Canadian Liberals and the Democrats here, is they've got to be in charge, because there's no God in their life. They're godless, I think, for the most part. Oh, it's just like patriotic. They'll wave the flag, but they're not really they don't believe in America as founded. They don't believe in we the people, or really, you've got to be managed. You're the problem. Moogie. Okay. You're on a slight roll. Rubio was briefed on the upcoming Enchilada Disclosure Day. All systems a go-go. I had a drink, I think it was Friday night. Yeah, I didn't have brandy. I got this Highland Park 12-year. It's peated, and it's almost gone, so it's got another one to go. So I had one, a dram of that, or a couple of drams of it. Cough button. Beautiful day for filming. You can see the red flag up to the left. Hardly any wind. Beautiful conditions for film until the sun comes into that lanai. Time to get drunk. No, I don't get drunk. I feel it. I drink, I sip it like cognac. No ice. You get drunk when you do mixed drinks because you overdrink. But if you sip it, I just like to sip. I pour a little bit. I add 5 mils of water, kind of roll it around, smell it, enjoy it, and just kind of sip on it, whether it's cognac or single malt scotch. And every time I think I'll have another one, because, oh man, I'm feeling good. No. So I lock it up. It's one. You're allowed one. That's it. Discipline. Leadership. Discipline. Diligence. Integrity. Civility. Highland Park 12-year. I don't think I'll buy another one. It's the Highlands are much better. Highland Park, for those on a higher path. You can choose the higher path. Choose the light. Choose the light. In fact, let me give you a Bible quote. Let's see, King James Version. Yeah, I usually don't give the other half of it. We talk about evil. King James, Matthew 6:22, King James Version of the Bible. The light of the body is the eye, single eye of meditation. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thy eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in you be darkness, how great is that darkness? That's the occult shit. Just stay away from that. You have no idea what you're dealing with. So I very seldom talk about it. Oh, listen. Morty's not front page news. Sorry, Morty, but come on. Docs, it must have been humbling this week when the DOXX Report had the exclusive on Morty. I've gone no contact. I'm waiting for him to have a response now. there's been allegations, I think, from Watch Nicholas on his post that it was Breitling, all those videos. I was going to compliment him. He changed up his intro. You know, I compliment him now, but the intro was better, and he was away from, psychopath. But now, according to Watch Nicholas, Breitling's videos got him in trouble. But I don't know. Will we ever know? Will he ever come clean? Will they ever tell the truth? Docs, it must have been humbling this week when the DOXX Report had an exclusive on Morty. What changes are being made to better jump out on breaking note? I'm covering much bigger stories. UAPs, the UFO phenomenon, alien civilizations. In fact, Watch Nicholas had a live stream today. This guy's a big gambler, man. It's just, if you're buying Bitcoin or single stocks, that's just gambling. Manage your financing. Now, this again, the boxer I can never remember it. Mayweather. Let's check one. Can't spell. I can't type at an angle. Well, it says here, no, there's no credible evidence that Floyd Mayweather Jr. is broke. How much did Mayweather make during his boxing career? Estimates vary, but most financial publications and sports business analysts place his career earnings from boxing and related fight revenues at well over $1 billion with a B dollars. So, who knows? Boy, Mookie's doing his stand-up act here. Firmly ejected from YouTube partner program for violation, poor taste in clip. I thought it was funny because I asked Google, what are the, let me tell you what I asked about that. Hang on. About demonetization, and this is what they told me. I thought it was kind of funny. Let me get it right. I hope you didn't hear that. Nope, wrong one. Oh, not that one either. Okay, here we go. I was alerted to this by Stephen L. Quote, Morty's Diner channel appears not to be monetized now, and that was covered by the DOXX Report. So I just Googled it, the AI, and it gave, here's the primary reasons a channel loses its ability to earn money include the following categories. 1, inauthentic, repetitive, and low-effort formats. I mean, that's funny. I mean, that it is low effort, and it's repetitive, inauthentic. I don't know how they violate that, and it says, or how they, what that means to Google. 2, violations of advertiser-friendly guidelines. 3, copyright enforcement. 4, spam, scams, and deceptive metadata. Prolonged inactivity. But apparently, Tanzil got an alert from Google saying the membership had stopped. So I guess that's demonetization. The reason, I don't know. I agree with that. Boxing has become a clown show. But he claims he's broke. Again, it's not how much you make, it's how much you save. And you too can be an EDM, everyday millionaire. Just get a decent job and save your money. Budget yourself. Well, I was thinking of that too about Paul Pluta. I mean, is there anybody lower effort than him? But he does get people on the show, and there is conversation. And or maybe it was something with Puck. You know, who knows? I mean, you think advertisers want the Morty and Puck show? Low effort? That explains how Paul Pluta is still monetized. Now, that's for demonetization. Had to heat up my coffee. Have you noticed all these watch channels now are members only? So that must mean that super chats are not working out. You got Marcelo, Club 77.
77 Sunset Strip. 77 Sunset Strip.
And when Archie has a bad show like this morning, that becomes members only. And squeaky wheels with mental, that's members only. Seems that's the way it's going. Well, let's play our clips again. Let's see how many people we can lose.
With me is author and filmmaker Robert Emenegger and former security manager and chief of requirements for the audio-visual program at Norton Air Force Base, Paul Shartle. Gentlemen, Mr. Emenegger, how did you get involved with UFOs?
Well, it was in 1973 when I was vice president at Gray Advertising, and I took time out and went to Norton Air Force Base to explore subjects for television specials related to the Defense Department. While discussing several of the subjects, UFOs came up, and Paul here told us about a film of a landing of alien crafts at HOLLOMAN Air Force Base about 3 years earlier.
What did you see, Mr. Shartle?
I saw footage of 3 disc-shaped crafts. One of the craft landed and 2 of them went away.
Why did it land?
It appeared to be in trouble because it oscillated all the way down to the ground. However, it did land on 3 pods. A sliding door opened, a ramp was extended, and out came 3 aliens.
What did they look like?
Well, they were human-sized. They had odd gray complexion and a pronounced nose. They wore tight-fitting jumpsuits, thin headdresses that appeared to be communication devices, and in their hands they held a translator, I was told. A HOLLOMAN base commander and other Air Force officers went out to meet them.
Now, you actually saw these aliens on the film?
Yes.
This film footage sounded very, very special, and we wanted to use it as the ending of our television special.
And did you? Was it in your special?
Well, although the Pentagon had been very, very cooperative all the way, at the last minute the film was confiscated and we lost the whole finale of our show. But what I saw and heard was enough to convince me that, the phenomenon of UFOs is real, very real.
Mr. Shartle, what did your superior officers tell you?
I was told it was theatrical footage the Air Force has purchased to make a training film.
Well, that sounds plausible, doesn't it?
Well, if it were a theatrical film, why didn't I have a record of this? It was my job to keep accurate records of all audio-visual purchases.
Is there any other reason that you feel this was not a theatrical film?
Yes, it was too real. The people who were shooting that day were Air Force personnel. Lucky for us, the day they were shooting, they were doing an acceleration test.
Yeah, well, it's too bad we couldn't get that footage from the Air Force. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us.
Then they put the documentary out, and then I find out that there's 8 seconds of the HOLLOMAN Air Force Base film in the film. So Bob's my friend. I phone up Bob. There's 8 seconds of film in there. And he goes, well, yeah. And I said, you told me to hold the film. You told me it was sent back to the Pentagon. And he said, well, it did. And he told me this whole story about the guy going across the country in his small Datsun, taking the film back to the Pentagon. I said, but there's 8 seconds of film in the documentary. And then he said the key words. He said, but it didn't show anything. And I said, oh, no, he said, it's background. And I said, background? What do you mean it's background? And he said, it didn't show anything. And what it is you see the hills of HOLLOMAN, and you see this object, this brilliantly lit object at 6 o'clock in the morning coming over the hills, but it's in a distance. So you don't see it close up, and you don't see the alien when the alien gets out. That's the classified part. So they want you to know that HOLLOMAN happened, and they allowed them to use the 8 seconds of the film, but the rest of the film, the classified part, was pulled.
Like I said in my presser on Tuesday, I did get access to crash retrieval photos and everything, so I've seen the recovered vehicles and everything. So I would say that's probably the most stupendous thing, earth-shattering thing that changed my worldview when I got access to some of that years ago. And I do hope the administration, and I think they will, release that information in a further drop.
David, I gotta just jump in real quick there and give you a chance to talk about these crash site vehicles, because you got the hair on my wrist standing up. Just real quickly, I don't want to filibuster Joey here, but I'm very into this.
You got it.
Tell me about these crash sites that you've seen personally.
Yeah, a lot of them looked like what we saw. Some of the reporting dropped on Friday. There was a 1948 memo from the Chief of Naval Operations that discussed the flying disc pandemic that they were having, and they were enlisting help of the Air Force Intelligence Service. A lot of it was lenticular discs. Some was crescent moon shaped. I call it the flattened sunfish. There's a bunch of different morphologies that the U.S. government has recovered, from eggs to discs to crescent moon, boomerang type vehicles, and I got a small smattering sample of that of ones that have landed or crashed on the surface of the Earth.
Truth is out there, but the ultimate truth is within you. Comments, campers. You're making a statement, I hope. Doc's mental illness is real. Do you see Steve? What person? David Gresh? Oh, he's a highly decorated Air Force person, and he was in the Inspector General. Who are you referring to? When you look at this person, do you see a stable individual? I don't. The ones in the clips? Oh, I do. And media grifter Grush. No, he's got a conscience. And listen, everything's coming out now. I think he's been, congressional hearings. They're releasing, the War Department is releasing things. No, it's all coming out. Eventually, I think, for Mookie, the big enchilada, it's either going to be Roswell or HOLLOMAN Air Force Base. Another beautiful day in Central Florida. Why would I go anywhere? Yes, it's Grush. He's a little ADHD, I think he said, or something. But he's very highly competent. I mean, his credentials are excellent. In mental illness, no, he may have had depression at one time, or from what he's been doing, but mental illness, no, I don't see that. In fact, good question. Let's look up his David Grush. Let's see, please provide, all credentials. I can't spell. And accomplishments. Of the UAP whistleblower. David Grush. Probably misspelled that, but they'll figure it out. I mean, AI. Here we go. Who is David Grush? He's a former U.S. Air Force officer and intelligence officer who became publicly known, blah, blah, blah. Military service, served approximately 14 years in the U.S. Air Force and reached the rank of major. Deployed to Afghanistan as an intelligence officer supporting counter-illicit finance, drug interdiction, and army trafficking operations alongside military and special operation organizations. Described in multiple reports as a decorated combat officer and veteran of the intelligence community. Thank you for your service. Grush had several significant intelligent assignments. Intelligent officer at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Intelligent officer at the National Reconnaissance Office. Served on the NRO Operations Center, briefing staff, including work related to senior national security briefings. Held top secret sensitive compartmented information. clearances. Sources describing his background also report he underwent counterintelligence screening and polygraph processes associated with highly sensitive access. Before becoming a whistleblower, Grush was involved in official government UAP investigations. NRO representative to the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force from 2019 to 2021. NGA representative and co-lead for UAP analysis from late 2021 to mid-2022. These roles are among the reasons his allegations attracted attention. He was not an outside observer, but someone who had worked within the intelligence system. Let's see. Grush's credentials are well documented. So a fair summary is David Grush has substantial and verifiable intelligence community credentials. Let's see. The debate centers not on whether he held those positions, but on whether the extraordinary UAP-related allegations he made are accurate. Well, they got the President Trump to release information. I think he's been validated. Well, there is one. It's in Scotland. I've shown it on my show before. So you're kind of like Tommy, where you're, it's only in the swamp, Alabama trailer courts and southern swamps. No, it's a worldwide phenomenon. Isn't it odd that all these alien craft buzzing about crashing and abducting people, there is not a single clear image? That's not true. What, I got to go find that for you now? Let's see, please. It's the Calvin photo. It's not a Glasgow. Okay, the Calvin photo. Oh man, I don't want that. Okay, let's go look it up. Calvin, let's see, UAP photo. Just for gampers. Let's get this thing loaded. Now, I'm not going to research it for you because I've already done a show on this. Let's see. Let's remove the background. Let's remove the bird cage so we can get this. There it is. Up, and there's a jet behind it. Calvin, CALVINE image. Calvin photos, history's clearest UFO image is made public. There you go. And if you want to research it, just put it in your AI of choice. Calvin, CALVINE, UAP photo. And the story behind it. Oh, what a gorgeous day. Why should I travel anywhere? To see what? Uh-oh. Thought Hurricane was back.
I don't understand. Why was DOXXreport there? I thought he was banned.
Well, McLobster, can't make everybody happy. This isn't the original image. It's been digitally rendered and enhanced. Also for clarity, but it's from an original photo. Let me read it here. Let's see. You're thinking of the Calvin photo. The Calvin, photograph was taken near the village of Calvin in August 1990, and often described as one of the clearest alleged cough button. One of the clearest alleged UFO UAP photographs ever released. It shows a large diamond-shaped object. Well, let's get it up there. Let's get it up there for McLobster. McLobster. There it is, beautiful. And is often described as one of the clearest. Okay, it shows a large diamond-shaped object which appears to be, and with what appears to be a military jet in the background. The image remained out of public view for more than 30 years before being made public by researcher David Clark. And let's see, the mystery. A few key points. The photograph is genuine in the sense that it is a real photograph from 1990, not a recent fabrication. The object in the image has never been conclusively identified. Proposed explanations include a secret military aircraft, a hoax involving a suspended model, an optical illusion, or something generally unknown. No publicly available evidence proves the object was extraterrestrial. Now, if you like, I can show the highest resolution public version of the Calvin photo. Okay, it's very clear. It hasn't been, what are you claiming here? This isn't the original image. It's been, no, it hasn't. No, it's an actual photograph. But again, if you're fighting it, if you don't want to believe, if your worldview paradigm is at risk, then don't believe it if you don't want to believe it. Big turkey vulture. Look at those seams. Well, they can all be different. Those are Dollar Tree aliens. Okay, I'll give you credit for that. Hang on. Look at those seams. Those are the Dollar Tree aliens. Oh, I looked up that if you go to my where you told me to look at the that could have very easily been a balloon. Because there was a celebration in the country on the last show I did, and you asked me to look up at the orb that was floating over there. Yeah, because they do have balloons that are like metallic, but it was unidentified. And we got the golfers out there, but who knows? I mean, some of the releases have explanations other than, unknown. And there's the red flag on the green, signifying that it's nearest to the green, the edge of the green. Isn't that a great day? Great shot till the sun creeps in. I've been working on this coffee. I got 20 ounces this morning since 6:30. But then I was doing research and. I wanted to get a stream up today. Well, this was taken. When was this taken? This was taken in 1990. Well, why would they bother with a military aircraft? I don't think so. Plus, the people that took the photograph, they were interviewed, then they disappeared. You can, if you do your research on this, but at some point you have to accept it. We are not alone in the sense that, aliens, extraterrestrials, whatever, interdimensional. I don't think demons use these, UFOs. It's possible, I guess, holographic back in the 1990s, maybe. But this is like a remote area of Scotland. Where's all the machinery set up for the holograph projections? Holograms or whatever they are. Which are pretty startling if you see them, you know, but you got to have equipment on the ground to project that stuff, right? So I've been working on this coffee since, what, 6:30? It's 11 o'clock. The transmedium videos are bizarre. Transmedium. I'm not familiar with that. What'd you call it? Let's see, transmedium videos. Transmedium videos are recordings of objects that appear to move between different physical environments. Oh yeah, the spheres that go into from the air to the water, back to the air. Oh yeah. The term is commonly used in military and UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomenon discussions. When people discuss transmedium UAPs, they fly in the air into the ocean without slowing dramatically or creating a large splash, continue moving underwater, or emerge from the water. Yeah, very strange. The Aguadilla video, Puerto Rico 2013. Infrared video by Customs. Apparently, it's a fast-moving object, apparent entry into the water, continued movement. Yeah, but again, could be some physical phenomenon too. Some of these things, but others are not. And again, that's the reason Roswell is important and the Holloman Air Force Base incident. It landed, especially Holloman, a craft landed, beings came out, and they were interviewed. They went and had a discussion with the military. So, you know, how do you, that would just, I got to see that. I would love to see that video. Okay, well, that's the clearest one I could get. We'll research it. I mean, I want to give a good one. I mean, that's what it says. It's the clearest. It's the clearest UFO. It was discovered years later. There are other ones in here, but most of them are pretty clear. And then they got a grainy one up here, but you know, there's disinformation out there also. Listen, McLobster, if you don't want to believe any of this, obviously you don't have to. I'm not here to convince anyone. I'm just bringing you, be prepared. Yes, the Puerto Rico one was a head scratcher. Well, the answer to your question, McLobster, because it's my show, I'll pull up what I want to pull up. Let's see, World Cup schedule. Let's see, today at 1 p.m., you got Germany and Curacao or something. It's a Caribbean island. Boy, they made it all the way to the World Cup. So Germany plays at 1. Let's see, at noon, you got Spain and Cabo Verde. Yeah, Spain's fun to watch, but then let's see, 4 o'clock is Netherlands, Japan. And 10 p.m., that's late, Sweden, Tunisia. Belgium plays tomorrow. Okay, I'm not going to give this. No, wait a second. No, I take that back. Spain and Cabo Verde play tomorrow. Today, 1 o'clock, is Germany and that Caribbean island, and then 4 p.m. is Netherlands, Japan, and then Ivory Coast, Ecuador at 7, and Sweden, Tunisia at 10. I watch, the only ones I watch are the highlights, and I'm not watching 20 minutes of highlights. I go for the 4-minute, 5-minute version. Well, I don't know if that's a correct terminology, a rendered version. They can do, I don't know what they did to it, really. McLobster says, I just think it undermines the movement when I don't even want to be part of the movement. It's a phenomenon. I'm interested, but I'm not giving up. I'm not obsessed by it, but it is interesting. And I look forward to more videos from the war.gov. and Trump has told his daughter-in-law that he's working on a speech. Now, when is it coming? I don't know. But I hope they come up with a smoking gun. If you're going to announce it, back it up. I mean, really back it up, which would be that HOLLOMAN release that. Because there's no debris, there's no crash, there's no alien body. The aliens are actually out talking to you. They come down, you just show it as it is and say, this is real, ladies and gentlemen, And I'd see it wouldn't be demonic because demons don't need vehicles to move around in, or angels. So interdimensional, maybe, but I think all the categories can exist. Oh, golf cart.
Sunset Strip. 77 Sunset Strip.
I sold my watches and almost turned that into $1 million in about 3 months. So I sold my watches and almost turned that into $1 million in about 3 months. Bateman, and I trust Bateman. And I trust Bateman.
I don't understand. Why was DOXXreport there? I thought he was banned.
Hey, maybe I'll get to be a moderator. Maybe Tanzil's back. Maybe I can get a wrench. It's good for business, Archie. That's all you're interested in, the money. It's good for business. $88 degrees. %66% humidity. I don't know. I just can't see golfing. I mean, I work out. I go 4 times a week. I don't want to chase a little golf ball around, and then I got the hedge and it's growing back again. I'm going to trim the hedge once a month. I'm done for June, but July's going to be brutal. I have to get out there before the sun comes up. There's one in the paper, but it's very small. In my at Del Boca Vista, they have filled those. They were on the other side, and actually, that's probably the home. You would think I wouldn't buy a home on that particular drive. But the ones that were affected, they're probably the safest because they've had all this concrete poured in and plugged. It is kind of scary because the story was that they heard a noise and then one of the plants out front just disappeared, fell into the ground. I mean, it's limestone. But now the villages, I think there's some article in the paper in the Village News. Yeah, we can check that out. The Village's Daily Sun. How can I search this? Media. What's happening? How come I can't search this? Village Media. Well, gee, you'd think they'd put in a search. I get the paper, but I don't read it. So my neighbor knows I'm okay. I pick it up. I told you that story. So if they see two papers out there, or if they see a paper out there in the evening, there's something wrong. Let's see, the Village's Daily Sun, sinkhole. Let's do it that way. Recent sinkhole incidents and coverage. Local reporting on sinkholes focuses heavily on the infrastructure, safety, blah, blah, blah. Cameron Villas, the Village's Daily Sun, and local county officials previously investigated a severe sinkhole behind a home on Parlang Terrace, which left the property unlivable and prompted inspection. That, if you get a sinkhole, that's the one you want. Unlivable. You know why? Because then it's covered. State insurance or, if it's in your front yard, you got a problem. You got to pay for it. If it's not under your house, but if your house is condemned, then there's a fund. I think you get paid. The Calumet Grove clusters. Okay, that's historically. Well, all I know at Del Boca Vista was one on the other street down the way, but I haven't heard of them recently. It's part of the risk when you move here. I think one of the guys at the fitness center I talked to, he's actually got sinkhole coverage. I didn't get that. I've got well, you got hurricane coverage, but it's 20%. You got to cover 20% of the cost. Wow, you're in good shape. Mine's like, when I get on the scale, it's like 20%. Wait a second. I haven't weighed for a while. Let me go to my health file. Medicare Advantage Plus. Where do I put this stuff? My medical. Health records. Here we go. Personal history, blood pressure. Here we go. Blood pressure and weight. The last time I weighed myself was Monday, December 9th. I was 199.2. And my body fat was 21.8%. I think it hangs around 22%. My blood pressure, now I'm 72. My latest blood pressure was December 14th. It's 129/72. That was the first reading. And then I took a second reading, and it was 125/69. And my oxygen level was 97, both cases. The pulse on the first one was 51, and the pulse on the second reading was 54. 72, I'm no blood pressure medication. So that ain't bad, don't you think? Big Turkey Vulture, do you like gold? I hate gold and silver. I hate Bitcoin. What are you going to really do with it? I mean, you'd make more money in the S&P 500 than you ever make in gold. It's no individual stocks. That's gambling. It's broad-based index funds. You're better off. Steady as you go. Be the tortoise, not the hare. I mean, that's what I did. Just save. Live below your means and save money and invest. And be debt-free. So I have a positive net worth. I have no debt. Numbers in bank. Let's see. Do you like gold and silver or just stocks and numbers in a bank account? Well, numbers. Listen, if everything falls apart, the gold's not going to mean anything anyway. Somebody will just put a weapon in your face and take what they want. So, isn't that a pretty shot? Look at that. Yellow golf cart. Yeah, it's excellent blood pressure. For a geezer, 72-year-old geezer. But I had a good week last week because I didn't finish my workout twice. I didn't finish it Tuesday or Thursday because I started talking to people, and then I thought I just got to, because I wanted to organize the garage, and I can't do it all. I can't, knock myself out at the fitness center for 2 hours and then come home and, unless I have my coffee, I can get some stuff done. But that's not true. I do not worship the almighty dollar. I worship the God of my understanding, the God of all. But, spiritually centered, I'm in this world. I have to pay bills, It's doing pretty well now. I mean, big turkey vulture. Will the U.S. dollar ever not become the world reserve currency? I don't know. It's doing well now. Depends who's in office. Elections have consequences, just like states with their governors. Thank God that we got a good governor here. He knows every year he's been in, when he does the budget, he's spent less money. Ron DeSantis. So, but if you get, if you want to go to the blue states, the Democrats, they just run into the ground. They hire everybody. The public sector, flood it with employees and high taxes, and people want to get the hell out. Great shot. I think that was a cardinal that flew up. Today's events. This is from the Village's Daily Sun. Beauty and the Beats. Brownwood Paddock Square. That'll be a band. Cable Cars. Lake Sumter Landing. The Rundown Band. Sawgrass Grove. The one closest to me would be Spanish Springs Town Square, and that would be September Dogs. But I'm a morning person. I don't go out late. I don't go out after dark. It's not my style. Dental appointment on Tuesday, but I'm going to work out in the morning. And then the cleaning lady said she's going to come over and pick up my donation. Because I told her, I said, it's not a rule, but I don't want her to pick through it. You either got to take it all or nothing, In fact, I could show you what I got for her if you want. And she said, well, if I can't use it, she knows people that can always use it. And I got Tupperware and some electronic thing that I haven't used in years. Somebody will get a kick out of it. So let's see, what's the best photo here? I got cleaning supplies to give away. Yeah, here, I'll download that. export as a photo. Water pics. No, I have what I do, I finally learned how to brush my teeth. This technician, hygienist or whatever, he showed me, there's a special toothbrush you get, and I can get the name if you want it. And you put it on you got to brush your gums, but you put pressure and then just up and down. So where you're just wiggling the tips of the thing. And it's removed all the plaque. So I got a Braun electric toothbrush. I use that, and then I use the regular brush to brush the gums, and then I go back over it again with the Braun thing. I mean, I go in there now. There's no plaque, so it's great. So if you like your water pick, you can keep your water pick. Big turkey, vulture, water picks are great in my opinion. Like a lobster's a fan. No, you got to take care of your mouth. Absolutely. And then I got a scraper for my tongue, because your tongue is like it's like a carpet, and you get this bacteria underneath it, the green crud, and I just go over, you got to press hard and remove that. Oh, what a day that is. Isn't that a pre-shot? McLobster, I would insist on one for interstellar travel. I must. I will never leave this planet, except when it's my time, of course. If Elon Musk, if I was around, just no way. I like it here. I'm not, not going anywhere. Okay, media, add file. I don't think it's going to look good at all. Whoops, that's a bit too large. Oh, 20, how do I decrease it? Get info, 20 megabytes. That was 94. Well, how else can I show it to you? Let's put it over here. No, that won't work. Yeah, but the colors don't come through. That's what I hate about it. It's all bleached out. The colors are much vibrant, but this is not like the flowers. So let me, comments. McLobster, I scraped too, yes, something practice, okay. Big Turkey Vulture, who creates the good human replacement robots first? Tesla, Amazon, or some? Why worry about it? Why worry about it? It seems like there's always jobs out there, for anybody. No matter what, the jobs change, employment changes. Of all the advancement, it seems to be making life easier. Oops, don't want to do that. Hang on, let's see, share screen. Because when you got plenty of room in your garage, you keep putting things like, oh, here's a good place, a good place, but you come back to it and you realize you could have done a better job. So that's what I did. I went through and, I hid stuff. And let's see, where is it? Add to stage, there it is. Come on, add to stage. So I'm giving her the boxes. I moved here in January 2021. Those are new cardboard boxes. I got a couple totes, which I'll put in. And then you can't see it here, but I got the electronic device and a jacket, cleaning supplies, and some other things. And that one tote is full of Tupperware and light bulbs in the bottom. CFLs, compact fluorescents. And she said, yeah, I'll take it. I showed her the picture, and she says, do the boxes go with it? I go, yeah. But you got to take it all. Not some of it, you have to take it all. And she knows people that can use it. If she said she's got to get a ride to come over here. And I said, well, you don't have to wait till your next cleaning thing. So a sex bot? Really, McLobster? I don't think about those things. Progress is, it's like saying, what do you think about progress? It's going to happen. I don't even think about it. It's like the movies, or it's Spielberg. With Steven Spielberg, are you going to see the movie? No, could care less. It's a movie. I haven't seen a movie in a long time. You got to admit, my succulents made a comeback. I kept adding water. I just keep it, got to keep the water going. I signed up for this, well, I paid for Chat GPT, but I don't want to log in. And it's like, and then how do I delete these things? Maybe I just refresh the page. Okay, now it's gone. I can sign into it if I want. I really don't want it. I'm paying for it with my, I can't remember now. What am I paying for it? Because I do love the thumbnails and the research you can do on it. What am I paying for this? Online billing. Maybe I put it under StreamYard. Let's see, YouTube. I do have YouTube Premium, so I got the music in my car now. Oh, great. I filed it away. Now I don't know where I filed it. Oh, let's try it again. Online billing. It has to be under that. There it is. Chat GPT Plus. Your new plan. OpenAI. You've successfully subscribed to Chat GPT Plus. And I'm using my Apple Card. So I guess I'll be taking it out of there. What am I paying? I'm paying $20 a month. Let me check my wallet. When did I get this? I started this May 18th. So June 18th, he'll take it out. So I get it. First month is free, and then he's going to start billing me. So I still got a couple more days to go. But you can't beat the graphics. Does the cleaning lady do your laundry? No, she does not fold my laundry. If that's what you're insinuating. No, no. I'm very tidy, and I clean my own toilets, and I organize the house, and but as far as mopping and vacuuming, and she does such a great job. The shower, she'll even, now get this, clean the garbage disposal. Who would think of such a thing? Which is just great. I mean, whether it's a woman thing or, if I see, about a month and a half, she comes every time. And I think that's kind of the neat thing, having some money. I don't have to clean anymore. Or doing my neighbor finally stopped mowing his lawn, so I don't mow my lawn. Got a service to come over. It's pricey, you know. It's like, I think it's up, is it up to 70 already? $65 or $70 a month. But out in this heat, I mean, it happens all the time. Seniors, some of these guys, they drop dead outside mowing the lawn, the humidity and everything. Turkey Richard says, I like Buc-ee's. There's one coming in up in Ocala. I'm going to take my GoPro up there when they open it up. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I bailed out on all the subscription I'm not sure what that means, LLMs. I just run it locally on Holloma. What is that, AI? McLobster, 70-month, that's peanuts. What do you pay? You're in California. What is Holloma? Language model, says Big Turkey Vulture. Okay. Whatever helped me with my channel, like the graphics, and it's interesting. It's an aggregator looking up stuff. Yeah, I see Gemini popping up here with Google. I never use it. Large language models, that is Claude, Gemini, Chat, GPT. Because maybe I should start signing in, and it says chat. I don't want to use it as a social platform. I don't want to post anything over there. I just want to use it. You know, it says, you know, so I delete the chat, and I don't want to post it over there if it's a social thing. But the graphics are great. Yeah, you're probably right. Honestly, you don't want to know my overhead. I have a lot of acreage, and I'm looking to sell. Really? Where are you going to move to? Coming to Florida? McLobster? Are you married? You have tied down with kids and a wife? If you're single and you're aging, Florida's got a lot to offer. How old was I when I moved out here? Well, it was 6 years ago, so I was 66 or something like that. I don't want to hold you over here. I'm going to be on for a while, but you got freaky winders. You got to watch Nicholas. Oh, yeah, wait a second. Maybe that's Baba. Who knows? You got Jock and Shoddy, and I don't know if that's really Watch Nicholas. Ten people. Welcome to the birdcage. Beautiful day. Hot, humid, but from the inside, air conditioning looking out, it looks great. Argentina. World Cup this year, they're in Group J. They will be playing Algeria Tuesday, June 16th at 9 p.m. Then they'll be playing Austria. Now that will be a good game. Argentina and Austria, Monday, June 22nd, 1 p.m. And then once again, June 27th, 10 p.m., Argentina will be playing Jordan. They still have their superstar, right? Lionel Messi will absolutely be playing. Has he still got it? Probably. Oh, we have a special appearance. Hello, Connor. Good morning, Lex. Hope you're doing well. Doing fine. Here in Geezerville, Del Boca Vista. Thank you. Hope you're doing okay.
With me is author and filmmaker Robert Emmenegger, and former security manager and chief of requirements for the audio-visual program at Norton Air Force Base, Paul Schartle. Gentlemen, Mr. Emmenegger, how did you get involved with UFOs?
Well, it was in 1973 when I was vice president at Gray Advertising, and I took time out and went to Norton Air Force Base to explore subjects for television specials related to the Defense Department. While discussing several of the subjects, UFOs came up, and Paul here told us about a film of a landing of alien crafts at HOLLOMAN Air Force Base about 3 years earlier.
What did you see, Mr. Schartle?
I saw footage of 3 disc-shaped crafts. One of the craft landed and 2 of them went away.
Why did it land?
It appeared to be in trouble because it oscillated all the way down to the ground. However, it did land on 3 pods. A sliding door opened, a ramp was extended, and out came 3 aliens.
What did they look like?
Well, they were human-sized. They had odd gray complexion and a pronounced nose. They wore tight-fitting jumpsuits, thin headdresses that appeared to be communication devices, and in their hands, they held a translator, I was told. A HOLLOMAN base commander and other Air Force officers went out to meet them.
You actually saw these aliens on the film?
Yes.
This film footage sounded very, very special, and we wanted to use it as the ending of our television special.
Did you? Was it in your special?
Well, although the Pentagon had been very, very cooperative all the way, at the last minute the film was confiscated and we lost the whole finale of our show. But what I saw and heard was enough to convince me that, you know, the phenomenon of UFOs is real, very real.
Mr. Schartle, what did your superior officers tell you?
I was told it was theatrical footage the Air Force has purchased to make a training film.
Well, that sounds plausible, doesn't it?
Well, if it were a theatrical film, why didn't I have a record of this? It was my job to keep accurate records of all audiovisual purchases.
Is there any other reason that you feel this was not a theatrical film?
Yes, it was too real. The people who were shooting that day were Air Force personnel. Lucky for us, the day they were shooting, they were doing an acceleration test.
Yeah, well, it's too bad we couldn't get that footage from the Air Force. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us.
Then they put the documentary out, and then I find out that there's 8 seconds of the HOLLOMAN Air Force Base film in the film. So Bob's my friend. I phone him up, Bob, there's 8 seconds of film in there. And he goes, well, yeah. And I said, you told me they pulled the film. You told me it was sent back to the Pentagon. And he said, well, it did. And he told me this whole story about the guy going across the country in his small Datsun, taking the film back to the Pentagon. I said, but there's 8 seconds of film in the documentary. And then he said the key words. He said, but it didn't show anything. And I said, oh, no, he said, it's background. And I said, background? What do you mean it's background? And he said, it didn't show anything. And what it is you see the hills of HOLLOMAN, and you see this object, this brilliantly lit object at 6 o'clock in the morning coming over the hills, but it's in a distance. So you don't see it close up, and you don't see the alien when the alien gets out. That's the classified part. So they want you to know that HOLLOMAN happened, and they allowed them to use this, the 8 seconds of the film, but the rest of the film, the classified part, was pulled.
Like I said in my presser on Tuesday, I did get access to crash retrieval photos and everything, so I've seen the recovered vehicles and everything. So I would say that's probably the most stupendous thing, earth-shattering thing that changed my worldview when I got access to some of that years ago. And I do hope the administration, and I think they will, release that information in a further drop.
David, I gotta just jump in real quick there and give you a chance to talk about these crash site vehicles, because you got the hair on my wrist standing up. Just real quickly, I don't want to filibuster Joey here, but I'm very into this.
You got it.
Tell me about these crash sites that you've seen personally.
Yeah, a lot of them looked like what we saw. Some of the reporting dropped on Friday. There was a 1948 memo from the Chief of Naval Operations that discussed the flying disc pandemic that they were having, and they were enlisting help of the Air Force Intelligence Service. A lot of it was lenticular discs. Some was crescent moon shaped. I call it the flattened sunfish. There's a bunch of different morphologies that the U.S. government has recovered, from eggs to discs to crescent moon, boomerang type vehicles, and I got a small smattering sample of that of ones that have landed or crashed on the surface of the Earth.
some men you just can't reach. Which is the way he wants it. Well, he gets it.
I don't understand. Why was DOXX Report there? I thought he was banned.
Nobody goes on forever and ever and ever, and I'm not going to go on.
At any given time, there are around 1,500 aliens on the planet, most of them right here in Manhattan. And most of them are decent enough. They're just trying to make a living.
Cab drivers?
Not as many as you'd think. Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
Well, why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet.
Imagine what you'll know tomorrow.
You will dress only in attire specially sanctioned by MIB Special Services. You'll conform to the identity we give you. Eat where we tell you, live where we tell you. From now on, you'll have no identifying marks of any kind. You will not stand out in any way. Your entire image is crafted to leave no lasting memory with anyone you encounter. You are a rumor, recognizable only as deja vu and dismissed just as quickly. You don't exist. You were never even born. Anonymity is your name. Silence your native tongue. You are no longer part of the system. You are above the system, over it, beyond it. We're them. We're they. We are the men in black.
Sons of bitches. Sons of bitches.
Ho!
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Ow! Oh!